prohibits any person from making an audio or video recording of inquiry proceedings from within the hearing rooms without the express permission of the chair. Furthermore, no person may take a photograph in any room in which inquiry proceedings are taking place and at a time the inquiry is sitting without the express permission of the chair. For the avoidance of doubt, both of these prohibitions extend to the hearing in the media annex. A further part of the order arises as the live stream of these inquiry proceedings via YouTube will purposely be subject to a 10-minute delay. It is prohibited that any person may disclose, publish or broadcast in any form or by any means anything that is said or done in the inquiry hearing room until 10 minutes after it has taken place. If an application is made for a restriction order in relation to anything that has been said or done in the inquiry hearing room in the preceding 10 minutes, anything that was said or done during that period is subject to a restriction order prohibiting its disclosure, repetition or duplication, and the chair has finally determined the application. All of the above orders are subject to a penal notice. This means that any breach of any element of the restriction orders may be certified to the High Court or the Court of Session, who will have the power to fine or imprison anyone found to have been in breach of the order. Court rise. This is an open hearing in Court 73 at the Royal Courts of Justice as part of the independent inquiry relating to Afghanistan. The hearing is before Lord Justice Haddon-Cave, the chair of the inquiry.
A warm welcome, everybody, to the inquiry relating to Afghanistan. This is the first day of a series of substantive witness hearings that will be held in the coming weeks and months. Admiral Radakin, thank you for coming to give evidence to the inquiry today in your capacity as the Chief of the Defence Staff. I know that these are particularly busy times, so I will hand over straight away to the inquiry lead counsel, Mr. Glasgow, KC. Mr. Glasgow.
Sir, thank you. Could I please invite Admiral Radakin to step into the witness box?
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Admiral, could you please give us your full name?
I'm Admiral Sir Anthony Radakin.
Now, Admiral, I know that you've got a number of documents in front of you, and can I check that we know what you have so that those who are following online understand as well? I hope you have available to you a copy of your witness statement, which runs to some 77 pages.
That's correct.
And you also have available to you a small file which identifies a number of exhibits that you have provided, which I'm going to be inviting you to help us with in due course.
Yes, thank you.
And before we embark on any of the detail in your witness statement, can I just deal with a few introductory matters, please? As you've already been introduced by the chair to the inquiry, you are a Royal Navy Admiral and you are the Chief of the Defence Staff. So that we understand what that means, please, sir, can you tell us what your role is as Chief of the Defence Staff?
Yes, I'm the Principal Military Advisor to both the Secretary of State for Defence and to the Prime Minister.
And have you been authorised to make the statement on behalf of the Secretary of State for Defence in response to various inquiries made by the inquiry legal team?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that we're clear how this morning and this afternoon and then into tomorrow will work. Insofar as your witness statement is concerned, can I have your confirmation, please, that it's true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And what I'm going to do in due course at the end of your evidence will be to ask that your witness statement is put up on the inquiry website so that everyone will know what your evidence has been based upon. But can I formally introduce your witness statement into evidence, because I don't propose to ask you about every single line within that document, sir. What I'm going to do is to ask your help on certain aspects within the statement and to invite you to look at some of the exhibits that you have provided. And I'm going to deal with questions that have been invited for us to make from some of the core participants. The timetable for today, so that everyone understands it, will be that we'll sit, I expect now, straight through till lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll resume at 2. There's likely to be a short break about halfway through the afternoon, and then we'll probably end sometime between 4:15 and 4:30. If at any stage you need a break, will you let us know? The courtroom is actually extremely warm today. That wasn't deliberate, but it will get, I'm sure, quite hot and stuffy in here, not least because you're listening to me. So if you need a break at any stage, please let us know.
Certainly.
I can assure everybody I've made a telephone call to deal with that.
Thank you.
Now then, Admiral, before we deal with the summary of your witness statement and then go into the details, can I just deal with something that's important at the outset? Did you serve in Afghanistan?
No, I didn't, and neither was I in command of operations in Afghanistan during that time. I think I'm here as what is called a corporate witness.
And in order to complete your witness statement, have you had access to a large amount of material, some of which you'd seen before, but some of which you've seen in order to make the statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Now then, can we just look, please, together, if you wouldn't mind, at your executive summary of the witness statement? And for those who are following the document, I'm going to turn, please, to paragraph 7 onwards. And the reason for taking you to this straight away is what I'd like to do is identify the areas that you have been asked to assist, and so that everyone will be able to follow your evidence when they have the statement. A number of sections have been set out within the body of your statement, which we're going to look at. First of all, will we be embarking on a consideration of background matters such as rank and doctrine to assist us with an understanding of the armed forces in general?
Yes.
And then, dealing with a number of separate matters, first, will you be able to help us with an overview of the UK Armed Forces and the structure of the separate 3 services?
That's correct.
Will we be able to consider as well the operational responsibilities of those 3 services?
Yes.
And then will we be able to consider, with your help, a description of the organisational structure of the armed forces in Afghanistan?
Yes.
And of course, for the purposes of this inquiry, we're going to focus on the period of mid-2010 to mid-2013. And insofar as it's relevant, we'll be able to ask for your help on the campaign itself, including the oversight, management and evolution of the campaign.
Yes.
And in particular, will you be able to help us with the counterinsurgency doctrine?
Yes.
And then so that we have a better understanding of what faced the UK Armed Forces whilst they were in Afghanistan, can we have your help, please, in due course on the insurgency and the threats faced by UK troops?
Absolutely.
And then dealing with some of the particular details, will you be able to help us with troop numbers and rotations, and importantly, the number of UK personnel who were either wounded or who lost their lives whilst on deployment?
Yes.
And we will touch, I anticipate in part at least, on the relationship between the armed forces whilst they were in Afghanistan and the Afghan National Defence and Security Forces.
Yes.
Insofar as the period that we are concerned with, between mid-2010 to mid-2013, were there 8 6-month rotations of UK conventional forces as part of Operation Herrick?
That's correct.
And was Operation Herrick the name that was given to the deployment of conventional forces in Afghanistan?
That's also correct.
I'm not going to take you through the exact composition of what was known as Task Force Helmand. Clearly, it would have varied from rotation to rotation. But insofar as we touch upon it in any detail later on during the statement, have you been able to appraise yourself of the different rotations, and are you able to assist us with any particular questions on those different rotations?
Yes, I can.
Now then again, when I identified some of the summary that you had given and we were going to touch upon, rank and structures is obviously something that you're able to assist us with, but I'm not going to embark on a discussion with you about rank and structures within the separate divisions of the armed forces. That material will be available on the website in due course. It's set out in your statement, and it's perhaps familiar to a large number of people in the room in any event. Can I turn, please, with your help, to look at section 3 in your witness statement, which deals with the question of military doctrine as a source?
Yes.
Have you provided the inquiry with a number of different documents which set out military doctrine as it applies to the armed forces?
Yes, we have.
And can you help us in a very general sense, first of all, with what we should understand as military doctrine and its significance to the UK armed forces?
Yes, doctrine we see as an essential part of how we fight as an organisation and how we go about our business.
And as far as the doctrine is concerned, is it a formal piece of guidance, or is it a formal instruction, or is it more guidance for the UK armed forces to follow?
It is guidance rather than formal instruction.
And does it need to be considered alongside the applicable law of armed conflict or anything else that's relevant?
Absolutely.
Insofar as the guidance might change from time to time, is that what happens? Does it develop over time, and does it develop during the course of a campaign?
Doctrine definitely adjusts over time, and in campaigns, doctrine also adjusts so that you can refine that to achieve your aims, and you're learning as you're progressing through those campaigns.
And is the purpose of the process of adaptation intended to enable the armed forces to secure the ultimate aim of the campaign?
It is, and it's to assist those forces that are embarked on that campaign to be as effective as possible.
One of the requests that was made by the inquiry of the Ministry of Defence was to assist us with the organisational structure and responsibilities of the Ministry of Defence, the UK Armed Forces, and also the Joint Forces Command. And I'm looking for your assistance, and for those of others who are following, to paragraph 15 onwards in your statement. And what I'd like to do with your help, please, Admiral, is to consider some of what is set out in your statement and to look at some of the documents that you have provided to us. Can I turn and invite you, please, on your page 6 to paragraph 18? And here you deal with the structure of the Defence Council, the Defence Board, and the separate service boards. As far as the armed forces are concerned, who is ultimately responsible for administering and commanding them?
So that is the Secretary of State for Defence, and that authority comes from the Crown and is vested in the Chair of the Defence Council, the Secretary of State for Defence.
And as far as the role of the Defence Council, can you explain to us, please, Admiral, what its role is so that we can understand the part it has to play?
Its formal role is to command and administer the armed forces, and it does that through the Defence Council and then through to the 3 single service boards, the boards of the Army, Navy and Air Force.
And insofar as the authority that those service boards have, do they have authority over their own individual services?
Yes, they do.
Now, you were able to assist us with a diagram that sets out this particular structure. You'll find that in your black file, Admiral, if you look to it, to the lettered sections at the back, and in particular it's letter A because it is figure A. And could I please ask, for those who want to follow on the screen, that figure A is brought up. And we can see that the figure here, your figure A, identifies the structure that you were just describing to us. And could we just look together at that for a moment so that we understand how it works? You told us that the Defence Council is assisted by the separate service board. So if we look at the diagram, we can see in effect it's split into two sides. So if we start on the right-hand side with your help, Admiral, dealing first with the Defence Council, which is chaired by the Secretary of State, we can see that runs down to the Admiralty Board, the Army Board, and the Air Force Board. And are those the three separate service boards you described to us?
That is correct.
We can see that from them we run down to the separate Navy Board, the Executive Committee of the Army Board, and then the Standing Committee of the Air Force Board. If we look to the left, we see the Defence Ministerial Committee. And can you help us, please, with the structure of that committee and the role that it has to play?
So the Defence Ministerial Committee reflects the wider political leadership of the department, and the Defence Council has the Secretary of State at its head, and the Secretary of State also chairs the Defence Ministerial Committee.
We could see both the Defence Board and the Chief of Staff's Committee that sits beneath the Defence Ministerial Committee, and then the Defence Operating Board and the various sub-boards beneath that. As far as the Defence Board is concerned, is that the most senior committee in the Ministry of Defence?
Yes.
And is it responsible for a full range of defence business other than the conduct of operations?
That's correct.
As to the Chief of Staff's Committee, which we can see sitting in the diagram to the left-hand side alongside the Defence Board, is that the main forum through which you seek military advice from the separate single service chiefs?
Yes, so the Chief of Defence Staff chairs the Chiefs of Staff Committee and uses that committee to formulate the advice as the Chief of Defence Staff on operational matters for the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Defence.
And if we just consider the position back in 2010, and in case it assists you, I'm looking on your statement, page 8, and it's to the top of that page. As far as in 2010, the Chief of Staff Committee, did that comprise full 6 members at the time?
Yes, so that's the Chief of Defence Staff, the Permanent Secretary, the Vice Chief of the Defence Staff, the First Sea Lord, the Chief of the General Staff, and the Chief of the Air Staff.
And just taking us a little further on in time, if we consider just after the period with which we're concerned, but in 2014, did the commander of the Joint Forces Command also become a member of that committee?
Yes, and is a member of that committee now, but under the different title of Strategic Command.
As far as the Ministry of Defence is concerned, can I take you, please, in your statement to paragraph 24, still on your page 8. And the Ministry of Defence you've described there as both a military strategic headquarters and a Department of State.
Yes.
And can you explain to us the difference between those two functions and how they sit alongside each other?
Yes, so the Department of State is a reflection that the Ministry of Defence is the same as any other government department, and therefore it has those responsibilities for the budget, for the overall policy and the enactment of the government's policy in all of its broader capacity. Where we refer to the military strategic headquarters, it's to break out that distinction that we have in defence of our responsibility for military operations.
So in effect, we're splitting the two roles, one the business role and one the military role, in two.
Yes.
But the same body provides the same assistance, but just in two separate halves. Is that a fair way of describing it?
Yes.
Now again, in case it helps everyone to follow the breakdown and the structure that you've just described to us, could we look please to your figure B, And again, could I please ask that that's provided on the screen? In fact, we don't have it. That's my fault. That's always a good start. Second document, and we can't get it there. That's my fault, and I apologise. Insofar as figure B is concerned, what you had done is in a diagram, had you set out the structure and the shared roles between the PUS on one side and yourself as CDS on the other?
Yes.
And what we'll do is we'll get that available, and it can certainly be put up on the website in due course. Can I just ask you then about the 3 single services and to identify the different service chiefs? And in case it helps you to find that within the body of your statement, we turn to paragraph 28. You've told us a separate service chief for the 3 individual services. And does that mean we've got the chief of the naval staff, otherwise known as the First Sea Lord for the Navy?
Yes, that's right.
The chief of the general staff for the Army?
Yes.
And then the chief of the air staff for the Royal Air Force?
Yes.
And insofar as their responsibilities are concerned, do they each have command over and are responsible for the generation and development of the forces in their respective services?
That's correct.
And after April 2013, did the role that each of them performed for their separate services see it be conducted alongside Joint Forces Command?
Yes.
And we'll turn to consider Joint Forces Command a little later on, but very briefly, if you could at this moment, Admiral, could you just explain to us Joint Forces Command so we understand what it is, since we've touched upon it?
Yes, so people will be familiar with a Navy, Army and Air Force, but to make those 3 single services effective, we refer to, in effect, the glue, and that glue consists of communications, an operations hub. It also includes some separate entities, such as special forces, medical services, and also our overseas commands. And those are all essential enablers to work with the 3 single services in order to be effective on operations.
You've set out in some detail the separate structures of the 3 services, and in particular the ranks within them. Since we're going to focus on the Army, can I just invite you to turn straight to that? I mean no disservice to either of the other 2 services. The information will be available in the statement online, but what I'd like to do is to focus on the Army, and if anyone wants me to ask questions about either the Navy or the Air Force, of course I will ask them. But insofar as the structure of the Army is concerned, and we're focusing, of course, on the period 2010 to 2013, the Chief of the Army was, as he was just described by me, the Chief of the General Staff.
Yes.
And, in effect, the budget holder for land forces.
Yes, and the top-level budget holder in our language, and responsible for the morale and the fighting effectiveness of the Army.
And we'll come to consider morale and fighting effectiveness in due course, because some of the exhibits you've provided offer some assistance about those 2 theories and how they fit in to fighting power. Beneath him, and just touching on the titles if we may, rather than the details of them, he is assisted by the Assistant Chief of General Staff, and then, as known at the time, the Commander-in-Chief of Land Forces,
Yes.
now known as Commander Land Forces. And then sitting in the structure beneath that 4-star, we have the Commander Field Army, the Adjutant General, the Commander of Force Development and Training, and then the Commander of Joint Helicopter Command.
Yes.
And again, if anyone needs, there are charts that set out the structure of those. I'm not going to turn to them now, but they'll be available if people want to look at them. Can I just ask you very briefly about the permanent joint headquarters? You'll find that in your witness statement on page 12, and I'm turning to look at section 4, and in particular, paragraph 41. Permanent joint headquarters, often referred to as PJHQ. commanded by the Chief of Joint Operations. And what role does PJHQ play, please?
So this is a requirement to fulfill the role of what we call National Operational Level Command. So the Chief of Joint Operations is responsible for the planning and execution of joint or potentially joint national and UK-led multinational operations conducted outside the UK.
And is PJHQ staffed by many hundreds of individuals from the separate single services and the civil service?
That's right. It's a combination of Royal Navy, Army, Air Force and MOD civil servants, and numbers in excess of 500.
Can we please have your help on the responsibilities in the context of the conduct of operations? And I'm going to ask you to look in your statement, please, to section 5, and it's page 13 onwards. Insofar as any decision might be taken to commit the UK Armed Forces to any operation, with whom does that decision rest, please?
That's with the Prime Minister.
And in terms of how the Prime Minister takes that decision, is he or she assisted by a number of individuals and bodies before committing UK Armed Forces to any operation?
Yes, we would anticipate that the Prime Minister of the day would take advice on those military operations from both the Secretary of State for Defence and the Chief of Defence Staff, but that would be done in conjunction with either their Cabinet or the National Security Council.
And just reminding everyone, insofar as the Chief of Defence Staff is concerned, that of course being you at the moment, the CDS is the government's principal military advisor.
Yes, that's correct.
Insofar as the Secretary of State for Defence is concerned, what responsibility does he or she have?
So the Secretary of State for Defence is then responsible for the direction and conduct of all operations and is accountable to Parliament in their resourcing. So that means the providing of strategic direction, endorsing the allocation of resources, and also setting constraints on the use of force.
And insofar as the use of force is concerned, in particular force levels and the rules of engagement, are they subject to policy decisions made by ministers taking into account legal advice?
Yes.
And decisions such as those, are they recorded in what is known as a CDS directive?
That's right. A CDS directive is issued, and that's in the role of the Chief of Defence Staff as the military strategic commander, then responsible for the planning, direction and conduct of military operations, having gained that initial direction and flow of authority from the Secretary of State for Defence.
Now, in terms of the assistance that the Chief of Defence Staff is provided with, please, when we touched on the structure earlier on, you told us about the Vice Chief of Defence Staff as well as the 3 separate service chiefs. And do they provide advice to CDS, and in particular at the moment to you, on any operations that might be required?
Yes, and that's where what we refer to as the Chiefs Committee is the vehicle for those other chiefs to be able to provide the CDS with that advice.
And how do we understand the balance being struck between military strategy on the one hand and government policy on the other? So how is it that we're to understand those two roles coming together so that there is one direction?
So that, the policy aspect, in a way, is mirrored with the permanent secretary. So if the Chief of Defence Staff is the principal military advisor, then the permanent secretary is the principal policy advisor. And it's then those two individuals bringing those two aspects together in order to fulfil the direction that's been provided by both the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Defence.
And insofar as the CDS directive that we mentioned just a moment ago that you helped us with, is that used to appoint an operational commander to provide strategic direction? Does it identify the military conditions for success? Does it designate the theatre and joint operations area? And does it specify force levels and resources and promulgate the constraints on the use of force and then set the strategic intelligence requirements?
Yes.
And that, of course, is done by CDS with assistance from, as you've just told us, the Vice Chief of the Defence Staff, the Service Chiefs, and a consideration of governmental policy.
Yes, that's correct.
In order to try to bring that to light, and so we can consider the chain of command for joint operations, I'm going to chance my arm and see if we've got figure C. We do. It seems my alphabet likes to miss out the second letter. I'm very sorry for that. But if we look to figure C, if we just concentrate, thank you very much indeed. You've got that if it's easier to look at in your file available to you. But as we can see on the screen, a number of coloured boxes identifying separate individuals or bodies. It's termed the operational chain of command. And we can see that descriptions on the left start with strategic and work their way down then to operational and tactical. And could we just have your assistance, please, as we look at this particular plan on how the information flows from one body or individual to the others and what we're to understand by the significance of the arrows on the page?
Yes, certainly. So we described earlier the direction coming initially from the Prime Minister, then the Secretary of State. That then is formulated into a CDS directive, as we've just discussed. The principal recipient of the CDS directive is the Chief of Joint Operations, but it also includes instructions for the single services and joint forces commanders then was, as to their roles in the operation that's being described. That then gives the signal for the Navy, Army and Air Force and Joint Forces Command to provide the deployable forces that you see at the bottom right. And then that allows the Chief of Joint Operations to then conduct his operations. And then coming back up on the left-hand side is a system of, are those operations achieving the aim? What is actually going on? And that being fed up through so that you have assurance that the direction that you have provided is being achieved. And that goes all the way up to ministers for their assurance as well. And it also, at the top right, it goes across to the Chiefs Committee so that the Chiefs Committee can continue to take an awareness of how is the operation going and to assist the Chief of Defence Staff in their role as the principal advisor to both the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Defence.
And if we just look then to the structure on the left, which has ministers at the top, JFT commander at the bottom, we can see that the arrow on the left-hand side is advice taken from bottom to top, which then leads to the flow of direction from top to bottom down.
Yes.
Can I please ask you about Joint Forces Command, and insofar as the relevance that that may have to the terms of reference for this inquiry, can I identify immediately that Joint Forces Command, or JFC, was formed in April 2012. So about a year or so before the end of the relevant period with which this inquiry is concerned. Can you help us, please, in a little more detail now with Joint Forces Command, its establishment and the role that it has to play?
Yes, so Joint Forces Command was a product from the review that was conducted by Lord Levine, and it was recognition that those aspects that I talked about before, that whether those are communications, medical, special forces, our overseas bases, our operational hub that we described as the permanent joint headquarters, that they needed to be tighter knit into the rest of defence. So they were put together under a single organisation with a 4-star commander, initially called Joint Forces Command and today called Strategic Command. And that was to try to elevate them because of their cruciality in the way that modern operations are run.
Can we just look very briefly at one of the diagrams that you have provided for us in order to better understand the description you've just given? It is figure D, and I hope it is one that we have available. And as we looked at the structure as set out, we can see the Prime Minister and the National Security Council sit at the top. Beneath them, the Defence Secretary and Ministers. Then beneath that, there is the Defence Board, and we can see the structures set out beneath it. Could we just have your help with this structure so that we can better understand what you just told us?
And is there a particular point, Mr. Oliver, on this, or do you want me to go from top to bottom?
Probably the best place to start is top to bottom, and I might ask you to go from left to right as we get towards the bottom. But
yes, so this is trying to describe the frame in which defence sits, particularly in terms of operations. So we've talked about the Prime Minister and the National Security Council. That then flows down to the Defence Secretary and Ministers. You have a Defence Board that we said is responsible for running the Ministry of Defence. And then when you come to the units that are on the bottom of the diagram, we acknowledge that there are things that are out with defence which are crucial. So that's why you're seeing the industry arrow and some of the what we call trading funds. So there's much more than purely the rigid department. Then we have a whole bunch of services that you require in order to fulfil your requirement to enable defence to exist. So is that our science and technology base? Is it some of the business services? Is it our infrastructure? All of those are part, if you like, of the fabric of defence, to then allow within that the Navy, Army and Air Force and Joint Forces Command to operate, and they are generating and developing forces that then can be employed principally by the Permanent Joint Headquarters and the Chief of Joint Operations when we're doing operations overseas. And within that is the Director of Special Forces. That was one of the elements that was part of the creation of Joint Forces Command and having a series of what were arguably disparate organisations previously being unified as part of a new command called Joint Forces Command, around which the Directorate of Special Forces was one of those entities.
Mr. Glasgow, in the previous diagram, figure C, there's a reference to JTF Commander, which is presumably Joint Task Force Commander.
Yes, so that is the commander that the Chief of Joint Operations appoints and then issues his or her direction to. So that's then is going from the operational level
to the tactical
level. And this diagram is principally describing what we would call as the strategic to operational level.
Whilst we consider the direction and on to the tactical level, could I just ask you, please, to have a chance to look at some of the exhibits that you've provided? One in particular, AR5, a document produced by the Ministry of Defence entitled How Defence Works. And it may well be that this is a convenient moment, since we've come to the question of how we deploy, the routes by which advice is given, and the direction of advice and information. We just scroll down one page, we can see the front piece available to us here, How Defence Works. This was a document that was drafted in 2010, so relevant to the first of the years with which the inquiry is concerned. Could we just look to the next slide, please? We'll see here listed as the aim, vision and priorities. The defence aim is to deliver security for the people of the UK and the overseas territories by defending them, including against terrorism, and to act as a force for good by strengthening international peace and stability.
Yes.
And as part of the defence priorities which were set out within this document, in effect part of the MOD business plan, the first of the sub-points identified in 2010 was to succeed in Afghanistan, and that was described there as the main effort for defence. Can you help us with this, please, Admiral Radakin? How was success in Afghanistan to be measured or defined when we're thinking back to 2010?
So the precise language of success would have been captured in the CDS directive in terms of what the government was trying to achieve by our involvement in Afghanistan, and then the CDS directive describing how those operations would be conducted and executed, and then that title, the clause there about the main effort for defence was to recognise the importance that Afghanistan had relative to other aspects that were going on in defence. This was the primary effort at that time.
So the primary effort for success in Afghanistan, if we look back to the defence aim, do we need to have in mind the last few words of the defence aim, strengthening international peace and stability?
Yes, in the sense that success in Afghanistan was a feature of that very broad defence aim at the top of the page.
Can we leave AR5 for a moment and come to consider AR6, which is the same document, although worded slightly differently. This was drafted in 2012. We can see how defence works, but this is the new operating model as it's described, and you can see that this particular version is dated December 2012 from the entry at the bottom of the page. If we just look on to the next slide, we'll see the purpose of defence. The mission of defence remains to protect our country and to provide the ultimate guarantee of its security and independence, as well as helping to project its values and interests abroad. If we look again to the next slide, please. If we look at the highlighted section under Transparency Framework, our current business plan priorities for which we will be held accountable by central government are, and the first of those, succeed in Afghanistan.
Yes.
So throughout that period, 2010 up to the end of 2012, and presumably on since then, as far as the MOD business plan was concerned, the primary factor for that was success in Afghanistan.
It was the dominant military operation that was ongoing at the time, and hence it was elevated in its status in order to ensure that the department understood how significant success in Afghanistan was for the Ministry of Defence and the government.
Can we leave those documents for a moment, please? And can we come to consider the structure of the armed forces in Afghanistan? And I'd like to take you back in your statement, if I may, please, to paragraph 58. When we considered the various structures and the figures that set them out, you told us that UK forces were deployed under the command of the CJO, and that was based at PJHQ.
PJHQ in Northwood, yes.
And as far as the command that CJO exercised, can you help us with that, please? How was that command exercised in Afghanistan?
So the Permanent Joint Headquarters, colloquially, we highlight that it's responsible for deploying forces, sustaining those forces when they're in theatre and then recovering them. And then in terms of Afghanistan, that was exercised in a command sense through a UK National Component Commander, which was a 3-star officer based in Kabul. That individual had 2 hats, the National Component Commander, but also was the Deputy Commander of the International Security and Assistance Force, ISAF. And then separately, the Chief of Joint Operations also had an Air Component Commander who was a 1-star officer that was based in Qatar to deal with the particular aspects of air operations.
And for the avoidance of any doubt, as we come to consider some of the structures that we're going to over the next half hour or so, can I make it clear that your evidence deals with conventional UK forces? So wherever we use the term UK forces, it's not taken to include special forces. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And thank you. Thank you. I'm grateful for you making that distinction because it's very important.
I will use the shorthand of UK forces, as I'm sure you will, Admiral, but I hope that now everyone will understand the caveat that applies to the definition of that term. Can I just ask you this about the exercise of command, in particular Afghanistan? You told us that the National Component Commander was a 3-star UK military officer based in Kabul. And not only was the National Component Commander head of the UK forces in Afghanistan, but also the Deputy Commander of the International Security and Assistance Force, that's ISAF as it became known.
Yes.
So, in a sense, wearing 2 hats at the same time.
Yes.
On the one hand, a sovereign hat, and on the other hand, an international hat. Although the international hat is 1 step down from the top because ISAF was in fact commanded by a United States General 4-star.
Yes. And the dominant role and job of that individual was as the Deputy Commander, but that individual also had a very important second hat, which was, as you described, the National Component Commander. And I can explain what that involved if it's helpful.
Could you explain that to us? And what I'd like you to consider is this, where you have someone wearing 2 hats at the same time, 1 national and 1 international, how those 2 hats can be worn, if they can be worn at the same time, and whether there might be a risk of conflict when one's choosing which hat to put on.
Yes, so the role was dominated by being the Deputy Commander and how to conduct operations for the commander of ISAF and to allow success in Afghanistan. So that becomes the, when I say the dominant role, that takes up that individual's time in terms of a structure in Kabul and running such a large operation. But the National Component Commander hat is important, but it doesn't involve lots of time because its principal role is to just assure that UK forces, when you look at them in a very narrow, discrete sense, through a sovereign lens, that there is nothing there that's going to be demanded in the overall sense from ISAF that the UK might have a problem with. So that's why the National Component Commander is quite often referred to as a red card holder. So it's more of a ability to veto something that might not fit with the sovereign position of a nation, even though it's part of a broader approach that the commander of the international operation is wanting to achieve.
And so we understand the significance of the red card or the veto. If the three-star national component commander considers that there is not a comfortable fit between the international direction and the sovereign direction, is that veto automatic? So once the red card is played, nothing happens? Or do we need to understand in the sense that there is an ongoing discussion between the various commanders to try to see if a route round a red card can be found?
So in reality, it would be, as you describe, a discussion. And rather than this being something in tension and in conflict, actually when you're the deputy commander, you're very close to the commander, and you also have the added advantage that you know where your own nation sits and where there might be some aspects that are uncomfortable for that particular nation. So that in reality, in the formulation of those plans and in the formulation of the direction from the Commander ISAF in this situation, that's probably when the negotiations would be had, and maybe the operations adjusted, or it being clear that country X, or in this country, in this example, the UK, might not be earmarked to do something that would then require the red card to be played. So it's unusual for in these situations when you are so involved at a senior level and you hold the red card, it gives you the opportunity to shape operations and have the conversation so that the red card doesn't need to be played. And when it is played, it then excludes the UK, in this instance, from being a part of those operations.
So whilst I've termed it as two separate hats, and I've asked you about the possibility of conflict when it comes to wearing them at the same time, do we understand from what you've said that you regard this as a strength rather than a weakness, because it gives an opportunity for direction to be shaped at an earlier stage to avoid the possibility of conflict?
Yes, that's right. And in my own experience, that's tended to be the way that it's been managed. So there might be some aspects where the UK is uncomfortable with certain operations or certain involvement. The fact that that is known at such a senior level means it can have an influence on the shaping of those operations, rather than the national component commander being in a less aware position, and then they then receive the demands that are placed on that particular country, and then they have to play the red card. You actually tend to manage the issue away when you're so senior in the organisation.
Insofar as the playing of a red card might be concerned, that, as you've told us, is done principally through discussion that take place. But if a red card is used to veto a particular operation, is a record kept of that?
Yes, and the discussions prior to that wouldn't just be held in theatre. If a red card was going to be played, that would be coming all the way back to the UK, and it would go up through the system that we described earlier.
So would it be fair to say that the playing of a red card has some significance if it is actually played?
It does, but it varies in the sense of it may be a very tactically discrete issue, or it could be something that's far more significant at the operational level. So again, it depends on the nature of the issue for which the red card is being played.
And again, if only to make it clear, I'm asking you about matters in the abstract because, as you told us before, you didn't serve in Afghanistan, so the playing or the not playing of a red card is something that you've had nothing to do with.
In these circumstances, no.
Right. Insofar as the deployment of UK forces in Afghanistan, were they deployed to 3 different locations?
Yes, principally Kabul, Kandahar airfield and various locations within the Helmand province.
And simply for completeness, just so we have all the detail, was there also a deployment of the Expeditionary Air Wing based in Qatar?
Yes, and as I described earlier, that came under a separate component that we call the Air Component Commander, who was based in Qatar.
Can we leave the Qatar deployment to one side then? Can I ask you about the 3 different locations where UK forces were deployed? First in Kabul, and where was that, please, Admiral?
So that was Camp Suta near Kabul airport.
And principally, what was the role of the force team deployed at that time in Camp Suta?
So the main role was force protection for both United Kingdom and ISAF force elements that were based in Kabul.
The second of the 3 locations you gave to us was Kandahar Airfield, and can you help us with that, please?
Yes, so this is where 904 Expeditionary Air Wing was based. That was commanded by a UK officer at OF5 level, so a group captain, and it was responsible for the delivery of air mobility, air attack, including close air support, and air intelligence surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance, what we call ISTAR, across the whole of Afghanistan.
And just giving that to us again, air intelligence, surveillance, target acquisition and reconnaissance, so known as ISTAR.
Yes.
And did that unit report to the UK Air Component Commander?
Yes, so the Air Component Commander that we referred to earlier as a 1-star officer based in Qatar.
Thank you. And the third of the 3 locations you gave us was Helmand. And can you help us with that, please, Admiral?
Yes, so UK forces in Helmand during this period were operationally under the command of ISAF Regional Command, Southwest. So that was a 2-star headquarters based at Camp Leatherneck, which was the US camp co-located with Camp Bastion in central Helmand and commanded by a US Marine Corps officer at the 2-star rank.
And within the Southwest Regional Command area, can you help us, please, with the structures that applied for the UK forces and the structures in particular they operated within?
Yes, so below that 2-star US Marine Corps general, we then had Task Force Helmand, which was commanded by a UK 1-star officer, and that was based in Lashnagar until August 2018, and thereafter at Camp Bastion.
I think it's August 2013.
Oh, sorry, yes, my apologies, 2013.
So, so almost entirely during the period with which we're concerned, Task Force Helmand was based at Lashkargah, and then it moved to Camp Bastion in Kabul.
Yes.
And other structures within which the UK forces operated in Helmand, did we have what was known as the Provincial Reconstruction Team?
Yes, so that was commanded by a UK civilian 1-star, known as the Head of Mission, and that PRT, Provincial Reconstruction Team, was co-located with Task Force Helmand.
There are a number of other substructures, such as the Joint Force Communication and Information Systems component, the Joint Force Support for Afghanistan, and the Joint Aviation Group, I'm not proposing to take you through those particular structures. They're set out in detail in your statement. Can we concentrate on Task Force Helmand together, please?
Yes.
And can I invite you to look in your statement to paragraph 71? As far as Task Force Helmand was concerned, you told us it was commanded by a UK 1-star, so the brigade commander.
Yes.
And what was Task Force Helmand responsible for?
So that brigade and that brigade commander is then responsible for the delivery of all land tasks in its area of operations.
And in simple layman's terms, if it's possible to do so, what does that actually mean, so that we understand the role of the brigade commander and his brigade?
So the brigade commander has got the tactical command of all of the units within his brigade, and he's trying to fulfill the missions and tasks up through the system all the way to the commander of ISAF in Kabul, and he's focused on the land aspects, and that's dominated by trying to create the security conditions that was the main aim in Helmand, and then align that with the provincial reconstruction teams who were trying to further some of the civilian and broader policy aims with the government of Afghanistan and with their structures that they had in that particular province.
And as part of Task Force Helmand, did the brigade commander have at his disposal 5 principal manoeuvre units?
Yes, so each of these are the units that we would call a battle group. So principally an infantry battle group, or occasionally a dismounted armoured battle group. And they were used in a ground holding role within the area of operations. So their principal role was to try to create the security conditions to allow the success of the broader operation to be achieved.
And in terms of the success of the broader operation, you touched upon it a moment ago, do we have to think in terms of creating a stable and secure environment where the rule of law and the government, that's the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, could flourish?
Yes, create security and those conditions so that we help with the government of Afghanistan all the way down to district and provincial level, and then allow a handover to those national institutions and to enable them to be responsible for their own security and to achieve the security and stability that was part of the overall aim.
So if we think back to the business plan aims in the documents of how defence works, and we think of success in Afghanistan, in essence, is that what we're thinking of when we think of success in Afghanistan? Being in a position to allow the country to run itself and to offer a safe and stable environment for the occupants?
Yes. I haven't got the precise language in front of me, but a safe and secure Afghanistan that is administered by the government of Afghanistan, with a government of Afghanistan that is able to fulfill its responsibilities for the security of its own nation, and for international nations to be assured that Afghanistan no longer posed a threat to international nations because of that original issue with Afghanistan, where terrorists had been able to use Afghanistan in order to conduct events beyond the borders of Afghanistan. So it's a combination of all of those.
And if we need to look to the precise language in due course, of course we can. Can we just deal very briefly with some of the substructures of the brigade units that you just mentioned? And then what I'd like to try to deal with before we break is the Provincial Reconstruction Team, and to get a better understanding of the role that that played. So just very briefly, can we touch on the subunits that were deployed as part of the rotations Operation Herrick? You told me a moment ago when I asked you about it that the brigade commander had, under his command, 5 principal manoeuvre units.
Yes.
And you'd explained that each of those, in effect, was an infantry battle group.
Yes.
But beneath them, were there a number of supporting units or subunits that assist them in the work that they were doing? And, of course, their work, you told us, was a ground-holding role within the particular area they were assigned to.
Yes, and to help those manoeuvre units, you had other units such as an explosive ordnance disposal and search team. We would also have a team of ammunition technical officers, and those would be deployed across the area of operations as required in order to confirm the presence and where they found them to subsequently dispose of IEDs. And then there were other, what we call enablers, that were part of the Task Force Helmand and supporting those manoeuvre units. So that includes electrical and mechanical engineers. So those are your armourers, your vehicle mechanics, the infrastructure support engineers. You then also have your logistic teams, and then you've got other specialisations within those logistic teams. So some of that is all of your, the fundamentals of who's cooking your food, who's doing the contract management, who's ensuring that the logistics are getting through. So those are all part of the tapestry that sits alongside and supports those infantry battle groups, and those, which are the 5 manoeuvre units that we talked about earlier.
And in addition to those 5 manoeuvre units, was Task Force Helmand also comprised of a brigade advisory group, a police mentoring and advisory group, a brigade reconnaissance force, an artillery battalion, an engineer battalion, and then a number of smaller component units?
Yes, so the brigade advisory group had a mentoring role with the Afghan National Army. The police mentoring and advisory group had a mentoring role with the police and the Afghan National Police. Then you've got the brigade reconnaissance force, which had the ability to operate throughout Task Force Helmand as directed by the commander. And then you had other elements such as artillery battalions and an engineer battalion, and then some smaller units. All of these units that we've described all fall under the 1-star brigade commander. So that's what he's got at his disposal in order to conduct the operations necessary in the area of operations that he's been allocated, and to conduct the missions and tasks that enable him to be successful and achieve what Commander ISAF has directed from Kabul.
We touched upon what you'd called the PRT, so the Provincial Reconstruction Team. We'd mentioned it earlier, but can I just have your help with that, please? In case it's easier to find it for you, it's your page 25, and it's paragraph 76 onwards. First, please, what was the Provincial Reconstruction Team, and what was its purpose in Afghanistan?
So this was a UK-led multinational team helping the Afghan government deliver effective government and security across Helmand province. So it's made up in 2010 of 260 staff, approximately half civilian, half military. The other nations are the US, Danish and Estonian governments. And then this is a blended team from the UK military and civilian side with people from DFID, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, as well as those from the Ministry of Defence and consultants that were also used to assist the PRT.
And was the intention of the PRT to implement what was known as the Helmand plan?
Yes, which was a governance and reconstruction plan agreed with the government of Afghanistan and international partners. And the military aspect of that PRT is fundamentally to provide the security bubble to then allow that governmental plan to flourish.
Now, of course, I'm asking you about the Provincial Reconstruction Team in Helmand, but were there PRTs throughout Afghanistan by 2011?
Yes.
And was their purpose, as you've just explained to us, to extend the authority of the government of Afghanistan throughout the country and to support reconstruction and development within the country?
Yes. So the military providing a safe and secure environment in which civilian personnel, whether from the Afghan government or international government organisations, were then able to fulfil their ambitions with the reconstruction work, which was part of the Helmand plan and was the purpose of the team.
And if the military role was to provide a safe and secure environment, does that mean that military personnel were focused on security and increasing security as well as stability within the area?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you mentioned a moment ago, as far as the military personnel within the PRT are concerned, under the ISAF command, and was there also coordination through the relevant regional command, and in particular here, Regional Command Southwest?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we've touched upon it, and if we can deal with it just before we break, the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, sometimes abbreviated to GRIOA, as we see it in the documents. The president was President Karzai, and as you told us, PRTs throughout Afghanistan from 2011 onwards. What mandate had President Karzai set for those PRTs and the role that they were to play and when they were to finish?
So President Karzai in February 2011 mandated that those PRTs were to be closed by the end of 2014. So in this period, this was part of a handover of security to the Afghan National Army and the Afghan Defence and Security Forces, and it meant that those PRTs had a set of principles and an approach that was leading to their dissolving as entities in terms of where they were in 2010.
So if we think in terms of the relevant period with which the inquiry is concerned, mid-2010 to mid-2013, at that stage, the target for the end of 2014 is still some way off.
It is, and the Helmand PRT ceased operations in December 2013 and ultimately closed down in March 2014.
So whilst we're concerned with the mid-2010 to mid-2013 period, we need to have in mind that the primary role of the military at that stage to provide a safe and secure environment in which the civilian personnel could undertake the reconstruction work.
Yes.
And the target with that mentoring and advisory role that's ongoing is ultimately to hand over to the relevant Afghanistan authorities so that they can take that work forwards from 2014 onwards.
Yes, so you have very important dual tasking, creating the conditions for success, that safe and secure environment, but at the same time helping to mentor and grow the capacity of Afghan institutions so that they can take responsibility correctly for their own security and their own nation's responsibilities.
And when we come to consider a bit more of your evidence, either later today or tomorrow, will we see occasions where UK forces were working hand in hand with Afghan forces, be it the army or the police, in a mentoring and advisory role, so that they could benefit from UK forces' experience and knowledge, but then take that forwards themselves once the PRTs had left?
Absolutely.
Now, so I know it's a few minutes early before 1 o'clock, but we're going to come to deal with a different chapter of Admiral Radakin's evidence. Would that be a convenient moment now?
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. It would be. Admiral, as I'll be telling all witnesses giving evidence, please don't discuss your evidence with anyone over the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll break now until 2 p.m, please, and can the doors and windows be left open so we can keep the place cool? Thank you.
This is an open hearing in Court 73 at the Royal Courts of Justice as part of the independent inquiry relating to Afghanistan. The hearing is before Lord Justice Haddon-Cave, the chair of the inquiry. Please could I ask you to ensure that all mobile telephones and other personal electronic devices are either switched off or in silent mode. Please may I also draw your attention to the fact that the chair of the inquiry, the Right Honourable Sir Charles Haddon-Cave, has made a restriction order in relation to the conduct of those who are attending this and future hearings. The full order is displayed on the inquiry website and on the door of this court and of the media annex, but I will summarise its purpose. The order which applies to this and to all future hearings of the inquiry prohibits any person from making an audio or video recording of inquiry proceedings from within the hearing rooms without the express permission of the chair. Furthermore, no person may take a photograph in any room in which inquiry proceedings are taking place and at a time the inquiry is sitting without the express permission of the chair. For the avoidance of doubt, both of these prohibitions extend to the hearing in the media annex. A further part of the order arises as the live stream of these inquiry proceedings via YouTube will purposely be subject to a 10-minute delay. It is prohibited that any person may disclose, publish or broadcast in any form or by any means anything that is said or done in the inquiry hearing room until 10 minutes after it has taken place. If an application is made for a restriction order in relation to anything that has been said or done in the inquiry hearing room in that preceding 10 minutes, anything that was said or done during that period is subject to a restriction order prohibiting its disclosure, repetition or duplication until the chair has finally determined the application. All of the above orders are subject to a penal notice. This means that any breach of any element of the restriction orders may be certified to the High Court or the Court of Session, who will have the power to fine or imprison anyone found to have been in breach of the order. Court rise.
Thank you. Admiral.
Please, sir. Admiral, we'd had your help just before lunch with the Provincial reconstruction teams and the plan that had been mandated by President Karzai to effect a handover from the mentoring and advisory groups to the Afghanistan people themselves by the end of 2014. Recognising that we are not going to take ourselves in this inquiry as far as 2014, because the period we're concerned with is 2010 to 2013, can I just have your help now with the structure of the Task Force Helmand headquarters? And it may be that I'm going to also ask your help with a little more detail on the staff branch coding and also the staff officer coding. Now, can I take you in your statement, please, to paragraphs 81 onwards? And it may be that some of the information you'll find is set out in your footnote number 43. The headquarters for Task Force Helmand were based on a standard brigade headquarters structure, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the command spine of the headquarters links the commander through the Chief of Staff to a number of sub-branches.
Yes.
And were they J5, J35 and J3?
Yes. And that means J5 is the staff branch that does the planning. J3 is the branch that then does the execution. And then we've found for that to run smoothly, you have what's called the J3/5 team that do the linkages between planning and execution.
So in effect, you've got J5 team that plans the future operations, J3 that runs the live operations, and then the link between the planning and the execution, as you've told us, J35.
Yes.
Now, those staff branches, are they part of 9 separate numbered staff branches?
Yes. We adopt that structure as the UK military and many militaries, where you have the J stands for a joint branch, and then you have either a G in this circumstances for ground representing the army, or N when you're dealing with the army and with the navy, and A when it's the air force. So these are joint branches rather than single environment, purely army.
And can I use you as a vehicle simply to understand and define the different J numbers for this reason? That they feature on a number of the emails that have been made available to the core participants, and there's references to J and a different number.
Right.
And can I ask you please to look at your footnote number 43, where you have set out a definition of the individual 1 to 9 joint environment branches.
Yes, so J1 is personnel, J2 is intelligence, J3 current operations, J4 logistics and medical, J5 planning, J6 is communication and information systems, J8 is finance and human resources, J9 is policy, legal and media, and quite often we have J7, which is training.
And are those J numbers shared within the 3 separate services?
Yes.
As you told us, the G, the A or the N denoting one service from the other where appropriate?
Yes.
You told us that the command spine of the Task Force Helmand headquarters ran from the commander through the Chief of Staff and down to the branches J3, J5 and J35. In terms of the organisation of the structure itself and within those branches, do we have a number of sub-officers within the branches who've got the definition, for example, SO 1, 2, 3, 4 and the like?
Yes, and the SO 1, 2, 3, that refers to their rank rather than their particular J code.
So SO, does that stand for staff officer?
Yes.
And where we see SO1, is that an OF4?
That's an OF4, which in the army would be a lieutenant colonel.
And SO2 is what, please?
Would be an OF3, which in the army is a major.
And then SO3, is that OF2?
So I think you mean...
Sorry,
SO3.
Yes,
SO3 is OF2, so that would be a captain in the army.
So where we see on the documents, as we will do in due course, J followed by a number and then SO followed by a number, we'll be able to link back to the evidence you've just given us to understand the particular branch from which that person operated and also the level at which they were operating.
That's correct.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to take us through the various staff branches, but insofar as the Task Force Helmand commander received information from the different branches, were there a number of boards or groups which met either daily, weekly or monthly in order to feed back information?
Yes, so monthly, weekly and daily, in order to both collate that information, assess it, and then give direction.
And if we just deal very briefly, if we may, with some of them, insofar as the monthly meeting, was that the Joint Command Board?
Yes.
And was that principally concerned with taking policy decisions to be implemented across the province?
Yes, and it would be the more substantial decisions, and that's why it was on a less regular basis and it's operating at a slightly higher level and reviewing those aspects on a monthly basis.
So in a sense, if we starting almost at the oversight level, and then as we descend on more frequent basis of meetings, they become more granular.
Yes, that's correct.
So on a weekly basis, did the Joint Command Group meet?
Yes, again, under the commander of Task Force Helmand, who would always attend the monthly meeting, but quite frequently the Joint Command Group that was meeting weekly, the Task Force commander might only attend on alternate weeks.
And was one of the tasks of the Joint Command Group to review ongoing operations?
That's correct.
And then insofar as daily meetings, which took place within the commander's office, were they opportunities for key personnel to brief him, that's the commander, on key issues that had arisen?
Yes, so that's briefing the commander on very much the here and now, on what has happened in the previous, it may be the previous 24 hours or an even shorter period, and reviewing what's going to happen in the next 24 hours.
So if we were to start with the daily and then the weekly and the monthly, we can see how what starts with the particular key issues at the time in the daily meetings, so concerned with the last 24 hours and perhaps the next 24 hours. We then move up in detail and oversight to weekly meetings with the Joint Command Group, and then to the oversight at a strategic level with the Joint Command Board on a monthly basis.
Yes.
And those, as you've told us, were an opportunity for the commander of Task Force Helmand to receive advice from those immediately involved in operations, and then advice from those planning the operations, and then advice for those taking policy decisions in respect of them.
Yes, and an opportunity, particularly on a monthly basis, to review and assess whether or not the task force is achieving the operations that it's set out to achieve, and to understand what was going right and what needed adjusting.
So did it provide an opportunity for feedback on issues that had arisen either in the last 24 hours, the last week, or the last month, so that those could be taken into account when any ongoing operation was planned and executed?
Yes, it would, as well as being part of a broader taking stock for higher level organisations as to what is the assessment of the commander against the objectives that he's been given, so that the higher command have that view.
So at its most basic level, with the daily meeting, is that almost a performance review of how the last 24 hours has gone and how they hope the next 24 hours will go?
It is, but it's to give the commander a much more granular feel as to whether or not there are any key issues that need to be brought to his attention, and then whether or not there are any particular aspects that he needs to be aware of that are about to immediately happen.
And would that provide the ability to make an immediate change, if necessary, to either what has gone before or what is about to happen?
It would do, but ordinarily it's about an awareness of what's happened and what is happening. The more substantial changes and where things are more correctly reflected upon would be in either the weekly and the monthly group. That this is a much more tactical, this is what's just gone on. Has that gone well? Has it gone badly? Are there any particular aspects that have emerged from that? This is what's about to happen. It's a tactical feel about what is actually going on.
And of course, the advantage of the structure that's been set up is the commander is present at the daily briefings, so has direct knowledge of what has happened in the last 24 hours and what is due to happen. And with that knowledge, he can further inform his discussions in the weekly and the monthly meetings when wider, more strategic decisions are taken.
That's correct.
It avoids the risk, therefore, that whoever is taking the strategic decisions isn't aware of actually what's happening on the ground.
That's right.
Can I just ask for your help with the headquarters of the battle group within Task Force Helmand? You told us before that the battle group operated as a principal manoeuvre battle group, which was based on infantry battalion principles.
Yes.
Insofar as the composition of the battle group is concerned, when I first asked you some questions, you explained that we're dealing with a relatively large time frame, 8 separate rotations on a 6-month cycle. And I'm not going to invite you to give us the separate composition of each of those 6-month rotations and take us through 8 of them. But insofar as the configuration of the battle group is concerned, was the battle group commander an OF4 level officer?
Yes.
And what rank is that, please?
So that, for the Army, is a lieutenant colonel.
And that lieutenant colonel was assisted with the Chief of Staff at OF3 level?
Yes.
And that rank is what, please, Admiral?
So that, for the Army, is a major, and that role is about coordinating activity across the headquarters.
And then, as you told us already, we've got a link between J3, J5 and J35. And as far as J3 is concerned, an operations officer and J5, a future operations officer, were they both at OF2 level?
Yes, ordinarily they would be at OF2. They might occasionally be at OF3, depending on just the texture of a battle group.
As to the structure beneath them, I'm not going to take you through it, but it's set out for those that want to look at it in due course in your sub-paragraphs 89.3 and onwards. Can we turn very briefly to consider the sub-unit headquarters at your paragraph 90? And insofar as the sub-unit in the context of an infantry battle group is concerned, does that combine both an infantry company with the non-infantry elements of engineers, signals, medics and the like?
Yes.
And again, a number of separate commanders and second-in-commands at either OF3 or OF2 level?
Yes, so the company commander would be at the OF3 major level, and then the company second in command would be one notch down as an OF2 or at the captain level for the Army.
And as you've told us already, all of these units and subunits were being deployed in what you termed a ground holding role in Operation Herrick.
Yes.
Could I invite you please to turn on in your statement to page 34 and to Operation Entirety? And what I'd like to do is to have your help about that particular operation and what it meant for the UK Armed Forces. So if we look together, please, to your paragraph 95, can you give us an explanation, please, Admiral, of Operation Entirety and what it was?
Yes, so this was a response by the British Army to cope with the pressures of Afghanistan operations, but also to ensure that the people that were being deployed to Afghanistan were as best trained and situated as possible. So it's a comprehensive institutional programme to place the British Army on a campaign footing so that land forces were properly resourced, structured and prepared both conceptually, morally and physically to enable them to be successful in Afghanistan and other Afghanistan-type operations.
And was this an operation that was initiated in April of 2009?
Yes, and it ran for a 4-year period. And with this aim of an institutional approach by the British Army to better shape for the pressures and demands of Afghanistan, with the aim of enabling both tactical and operational success in Afghanistan.
So does it come to this, if I just break it down very briefly into, say, layman's terms? Was the purpose to put the deployed UK armed forces in a better position to achieve what the success target was in Afghanistan?
Yes.
And that was done through pre-deployment training, through training when they first arrived on deployment, and then ultimately through training whilst they continued their deployment.
It involved training, but it also involved resourcing. It also involved, in effect, directing the army, that the army would change the way that it was operating, the way that it was structured, the way that it was resourcing, all those aspects that the army has to fulfill, and giving a priority under the banner of Operation Entirety to elevate the shaping of the army's approach to prioritise towards Afghanistan.
And did the shape and structure of Operation Entirety see itself informed from lessons that had been learnt on the ground in Afghanistan?
Yes, that was a feature of Op Entirety.
So if we're imagining a 4-year period between 2009 to 2013, there or thereabouts, those who were providing the necessary training and approach with Operation Entirety were actually learning lessons throughout its programme from Afghanistan and converting those into accessible information for people being deployed.
That's correct.
So we don't want to think in terms of a rigid structure at the outset in 2009 that remained through the 4-year period. This is an organic operation which learnt as it went along.
Yes, and it's a structure that then changes in order to meet the demands of operations. So if I give you a simple example, when the threat of IEDs was growing, and you then need to find more people who can help you deal with the IED threat, you might need to generate more ammunition technical specialists, more counter-IED officers, more counter-IED operatives, and therefore you adjust the people that are coming into the army and then the training programs, and so you're making adjustments to the structure of the army as well as all of the attributes that you've said in terms of the people that are about to go out to Afghanistan, that they're getting the latest training so that they're familiar with the best tactics and procedures to be as effective as possible.
So does it demonstrate the Army's ability to adapt quickly and to train appropriately when a lesson is perhaps vitally learnt in the short space of time?
Yes, it's a piece of institutional agility about an army responding to both the pressures and demands of Afghanistan and adjusting its shape and the way that it was operating to better meet the demands of Afghanistan.
Can I have your help then, please, with some of the pre-deployment and mission-specific training? You'll find that in the body of your statement at paragraphs 99 onwards, and it's under a section that's termed force generation and force preparation. And this presumably is all part of Operation Entirety, which we've just been discussing.
Yes.
So the ability appropriately to train troops who are about to be deployed, having learnt lessons from the battlefield.
Absolutely.
In terms of the training that was provided to deploying units, did it start with a period of foundation training?
Yes, so the foundation training is the generic training for all individuals and units that are about to deploy to Afghanistan. And then there was separate training, which we call mission-specific training, which is more tailored for a particular role that an individual or unit might be about to undertake when it is in Afghanistan.
For example, say counter-IED training, which you mentioned just a moment ago.
Yes.
As far as the mission-specific training programme is concerned, was that subject to continuous development?
Yes, so that was driven by lessons from the units being trained, as well as feedback from operations, and then also taking what we call post-operational reports and what we're learning, as well as post-operational interviews, as well as post-operational presentations, so that the people that are about to deploy to Afghanistan have the best knowledge available from what we're learning in theatre.
So just if we think about that together for a moment briefly, as part of the continuous development of the mission-specific programme, individuals, units, operations were being spoken to and studied in order to better inform the people who were delivering the training.
That's correct.
So if something had worked, presumably that would be included if it wasn't already within the training programme, but if something hadn't worked, that would lead to an adjustment within the training package.
Yes, I don't want to pretend that these are perfect systems, but in theory, that is what you're trying to do.
Now, this is an operation that began in April of 2009 and evolved during the 4-year period, as you've told us. Presumably prior to 2009, there was pre-deployment training and mission-specific training that was given to the deployed troops.
Yes.
And is it possible to explain what the difference was that was created by Operation Entirety? So if we think pre-2009, we have one training package. After 2009, we have one under the name Operation Entirety. And what, if anything, was the difference in that watershed, if it's fair to call it that?
Yes, so Operation Entirety was about this institutional reform and adjusting a very large structure called the British Army to better support operations in Afghanistan. So some of that is adjustments to resourcing, adjustments to structure, to organisations, and so on. A large part of it is also a reflection of mindset of the leadership of the army, telling the army about the crucial importance of Afghanistan and that that's where the organisation was to be even more focused. Then when you come down to this training conversation, what it actually means is driving improvements in the training so that the training should be more sophisticated, so that our soldiers that are deploying to Afghanistan are deploying in the best possible condition, both in terms of their equipment, their tactics, their philosophy, their mindset, to be as effective as possible when they arrive in Afghanistan.
And in terms of the development that you've described, you told us that it might come from feedback from operations. Is that feedback from individual UK service personnel or feedback at a unit or group level, or how did that work, please?
So it would be both, but it's institutionalised so that you have post-operational reports, post-operational interviews. You've got a system that is in place to be gleaning as much as possible from what is going on and then transferring that back to the training organisations, to the doctrine organisations, so that you can make the adjustments that are necessary to keep having what we would call is a battle-winning edge. So it's institutionalised rather than but it goes down to an individual level rather than a randomness of, do you happen to have received the correct report from an individual who may have had some experience that you want to know as an individual. It has to be institutionalised for it to bring real effect.
And in order to see real effect brought in, was the operational training and advisory group formed?
Yes, so that existed before, but then it was emphasised under Operation Entirety, so that we had a formal mechanism called OPTAG, or Operational Training and Advisory Group. that then becomes a permanent organisation to oversee both individuals and units are trained in the most up-to-date and the most relevant tactics, as well as techniques and procedures to be effective as possible in Afghanistan.
And if we just think back for a moment to where we began earlier today about the number of deployments and the rotation structure, we're dealing with 6-month cycles and therefore 8 periods of deployment in the relevant period. Presumably, if OPTAG is training the next deployed group to go out, there is an opportunity at the end of each cycle to learn what has happened in the last 6 months and to adjust it before the next team are deployed.
Yes, so the learning, it's a continuous process. So it's more than just the 6-month cycle. So the OPTAG team would be going forward and sampling the lessons that are being learned on a much more regular basis than merely every 6 months we'll try and collate and we'll make adjustments to the whole time. It's probably best viewed as ideally it's a continuum with regular updates throughout those 6-month periods, but also with more substantial updates when you get the changeover of brigades.
So it would be wrong if anyone were to think that what you have is in effect a 6-month end of half-year report, which then feeds into the training for the next 6 months. This is an ongoing, organic learning taken from theatre, brought back so that those who are about to be deployed are in the best position for the winning edge, as you've called it.
That's correct.
Now, as far as OPTAG's role is concerned, in addition to ensuring that the teams about to be deployed were appropriately trained before they went to Afghanistan, were they also responsible for providing support for forces in theatre?
Yes. So you've got your pre-deployment training, which individuals and units do. And then when you get into theatre, we've got what's called RSOI, reception, staging, and onward integration. So you've now arrived in theatre, and you then have an additional package for troops that have arrived before they then go further forward to start the tasking for the reason why they're actually in Afghanistan.
And then once in the forward operating bases and carrying out the tasking, one needs to think, of course, of the daily, weekly and monthly meetings that would enable the command spine to learn lessons actually whilst operations are taking place.
Yes.
Simply for completeness, because we've dealt with pre-deployment, arrival on deployment training, we've dealt with the ability to change during the course of any deployment. Was there a post-operational decompression side to any of the training?
Yes, so that comes at the end of a unit or individual's operational deployment. And this is really to try and help from the intensity of operations to then catch a flight back, to go back to your normal domestic life is a big jump for people to take. And so we have a period of what we call decompression, which is specifically tailored to allow people to readjust from that intensity of their operations before going back to the normality of a life back in the UK.
And was that mandatory for conventional service personnel?
Yes.
With your help then, please, can we turn to consider campaign oversight and management? We've touched upon it in part, but I'm going to take you, if you wouldn't mind, please, to your paragraph 111 onwards, dealing with the structure, governance, command and control relationships between UK, NATO, ISAF, US and Afghan governance. You'd already told us about ISAF, and we've already considered in part the link between the international and the sovereign command and the dual-hatted nature that we discussed before. As far as ISAF is concerned, established in December 2001, following a UN Security Council resolution, and then following the Bonn Agreement as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think you told us, but just for clarity, ISAF headquarters was in Kabul.
Yes.
And its commanders were, in the main, US four-star generals. There was, of course, General Sinek Parker, but most were US four-stars. Is that correct?
That's right. And in the period for this inquiry, General McChrystal, June 2009 to June 2010, General Petraeus, July 2010 to July 2011, General Allen, 2011 to February 2013, and then General Dunford, February 2013 to August 2014.
And we'll come on a little later to consider some of those individuals, and in particular some of the additional information you've provided. Insofar as the NATO command of ISAF, you told us ISAF was established in December 2001, and we know immediately under the command of a US four-star. But ISAF has been described by you as being NATO commanded. At what point after 2001 did NATO take command?
So NATO took command of ISAF in August 2003.
And insofar as it now being a NATO-commanded operation, did that see command exercised from the Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, which is in Brussels?
Yes. And then that was further delegated as part of the NATO structure through the NATO headquarters, which is Joint Forces Command in Brunssum in the Netherlands.
Did ISAF Joint Command have command of all of the subordinate regional commands in theatre?
Yes.
And when we think of regional command, you'd mentioned previously Regional Command Southwest, but do we have Regional Command Capital based in Kabul?
Yes.
Regional Command South based in Kandahar Airfield?
Yes.
Southwest at Camp Leatherneck in Helmand?
Yes.
West in Herat? East in Bagram Air Base? North in Mazar-e Sharif? And was each regional command commanded by a two-star officer?
Yes.
Throughout the campaign, whilst the ISAF command was a US four-star, was there also a separate US sovereign campaign being conducted?
Yes, which was known as Operation Enduring Freedom.
Can I just ask you about how you've got national US Enduring Freedom sitting alongside the international, what is now the NATO ISAF mission? Did they have one and the same overall commander?
Yes, they did, and they operated from the same headquarters, but they would make distinctions for certain types of operations, some which were within NATO and some which were then specific to the US under their Operation Enduring Freedom banner.
And was there a reason why they had the same commander of both the NATO ISAF-led command as well as the US operation under termed Enduring Freedom?
So that would be to allow a little bit more freedom, if it was required, for the US to conduct operations as the US. But I think the important point is that in 2009, those operations were aligned by command. So by making the ISAF commander and the commander of the US operation the same individual, that made it much more coherent. And during this period, it then meant that their capacity as the commander of Operation Enduring Freedom was also, it was the same individual who was Com ISAF.
And where you have one individual as Commander ISAF and Commander of Operation Enduring Freedom, is there a risk of any tension between those two roles?
There is, but if we go back to that previous conversation about red cards and where nations may not have exactly the same view of whether or not they're going to conduct the same operations, it's a way of managing that so that you're able to come to a sovereign position that a nation is comfortable with, and you conduct the operation quite clearly in a sovereign capacity without needing the agreement of all the other nations when you're operating as part of a coalition.
And was there a similar red card option that sat with the US 4-star that had sat with the UK 3-star?
I don't know, if I'm honest. So, because if it's in a national capacity, then the red card system doesn't apply. The red card system is a way of managing international coalitions. So you've got the authority to play a red card to say, as a sovereign nation, this is something that we didn't sign up to or were uncomfortable with. When it's a purely sovereign operation, then actually you don't anticipate that you need a red card. You just go up your own sovereign chain to reflect that actually a commander at a lower level might be uncomfortable with what they're being asked to do. But that's different to a red card process.
As far as the regional command that was relevant to UK forces from mid-2010 onwards, was the only relevant regional command that of Southwest?
Yes.
And that was based, as you said, at Camp Leatherneck, which was co-located with Camp Bastion?
Yes.
Can you help us, please, so that we can perhaps better understand how the deployment of sovereign UK forces sits alongside the international NATO role that they're playing? Because we've dealt with it with the question of the 3-star and the dual hats and the red card, but just so we get a better understanding of who's actually in charge. Could you help us with that, please, Admiral?
Yes, so the Task Force Helmand commander was under the command of Regional Command Southwest, but at the same time, you're under the control of the UK National Component Commander in Kabul, who, if we go back to earlier in the day, is under the command of our Chief of Joint Operations back in Northwood at the Permanent Joint Headquarters. And then the generic piece is that for NATO, all troop contributing nations deployed on any NATO operation, they ultimately remain under the command of that nation. So that's where you then have the red card process. So that nation can limit the way in which those forces are used and can, if necessary, veto any order given through the NATO chain of command. So in what we've been describing, for UK forces on Operation Herrick, that veto was held by the National Component Commander. But as I explained before, because the National Component Commander was also the Deputy Commander of ISAF, that meant in practice, if there was a UK sovereign issue or concern with an intended NATO military order, we would anticipate that that would be resolved or discussed before those orders are issued. So you try to avert the need for the UK of needing to play your red card because of where you are in the command structure.
Where you've got two separate command structures that are sitting alongside each other, but that might not always be driving at the same point in time, Is there any risk for confusion or conflict there?
There is potentially, but that is the role of both headquarters to manage those risks and to avoid it becoming confusion, that actually you try to make this complementary and you acknowledge there might be some operations which are capable of being conducted in a sovereign sense and some operations that are best done in an international sense. And you manage that and you try to make that a virtue rather than a hindrance.
As far as, say, detention policies are concerned, are they governed by the multinational ISAF direction, or are they governed by individual sovereign command?
So the ISAF headquarters would provide an overall structure for the multinational deployment. So that would include setting high-level policy within a troop contributing nation's respective areas of operational responsibility. For detention policies, that would mean that each troop contributing nation would be conducting operations under its own policies as informed by both domestic and international law.
So in terms of the detention policies that were being used by UK forces, and of course we're still talking about conventional forces as far as your evidence is concerned, yes, that was governed by UK domestic and international law.
That's correct.
If we just step back from the military for a moment and think more in terms of the governance of Afghanistan, in particular the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, we've obviously got, as you've called it, an advisory and mentoring role that's happening in theatre by deployed troops. But what is the link between the government in Afghanistan and, say, the government in the United Kingdom? Is it all going through the military, or is there a separate route that sees it deal on a more governmental and civil basis?
So the government-to-government relationship is much more in the purview and the responsibility of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. And the military is looking to complement the Foreign and Commonwealth's relationship with the Afghan government in this particular case, in the way that I described the provincial reconstruction teams are looking to complement the security situation with what was trying to be achieved really for and on behalf of the Afghan national government and what was trying to be achieved down at the district and province level. So this is then the responsibility at the government-to-government level is much more with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office.
So if we just return for a moment then to what is happening at district and provincial level, leaving the government for a moment and just descending into the more detailed area, you told us that as part of the mentoring team, there were links between, obviously, UK deployed forces and the Afghan National Defence Security Forces. And you told us the ANSDF was comprised of the ANA, the Afghan National Army, and the ANP, the Afghan National Police.
Yes.
And was there a clear partnership between both the ANA and the ANP and those people working within Task Force Helmand?
Yes, and we would expect the military commanders to have a strong working relationship with the relevant Afghan government officials in their area of operations.
And in terms of the purpose that lay behind the mentoring and advisory programme, do we have to have in mind what success in Afghanistan looked like, which was to put them and the Afghan government in a position to offer a secure and stable environment for the Afghan people to flourish, for the rule of law to flourish, and for democratic government to flourish?
Yes.
insofar as the Afghan National Army are concerned, are just dealing with Regional Command Southwest, which is the area with which UK forces were concerned. Was there a partnership between the ANA and Task Force Helmand through the 3rd Brigade of the 215 Corps?
That's correct. And the 3rd Brigade headquarters was at Camp Shorabak, which was an Afghan National Army camp co-located with Camp Bastion.
So that deals with the Afghan National Army, which is one part of the ANDSF. The other part was the Afghan National Police. And at province level, was their headquarters in Lashkargah?
That's right.
And in terms of district levels, when you go beyond, or rather beneath Lashkargah, were there district level areas commanded by the ANP?
That's right.
Okay. And where were they, please?
So that was it. Nara Siraj, Nadal Ali and Lashkargah.
And was there a direct connection between UK forces and the ANP in order to effect the mentoring and advisory role?
Yes.
You've set out in the ensuing paragraphs the geographic locations of Operation Herrick 11 through to 18. And I'm not proposing to take you through that. It's in the body of your statement, and for those that want to look at it, they can do so in due course. What I'd like to turn to consider, please, together, is set out on your page 47, if I've got the pagination correct, but certainly it's paragraph 144 onwards, which is the evolution of UK operational policy and doctrine. And perhaps we can make a start of this before we have our mid-afternoon break. You've already touched upon the fact that throughout the period of their deployment, UK forces were operationally under the command of ISAF and therefore in service of ISAF strategy.
That's correct.
And as we've touched upon already, the primary objective, not only for UK forces but for ISAF, was to enable the Afghan government to provide effective security for its population.
Yes.
In terms of the shaping of ISAF strategy, presumably with each change of four-star commander, those individuals bring with them a different approach, a different philosophy, and that the strategy gets slightly reshaped each time.
Yes, not necessarily always a different approach or different philosophy, but it's not surprising that the commander taking charge and having that responsibility reviews what's going on, reflects on that, and then issues their orders about how the operations are going to be conducted during their time in command.
I mean, you'd identified one of the four stars as being General McChrystal, who I think you'd said took command in June of 2009.
Yes.
So just before the period with which we're concerned. As part of his arrival, did he request and receive higher troop numbers from the US President?
Yes, through the US Defense Secretary Robert Gates.
And was there any shift in strategy that was shaped by General McChrystal during his time as Commander ISAF?
Yes, so this was a significant shift that General McChrystal was keen to adjust from what he coined an enemy-centric strategy, which had previously been focusing on the physical destruction of insurgent forces, to a new strategy that was much more population-centric, focused on gaining the support of the Afghan people. So this, to quote him, was about moving away from a strategy that was focused on seizing terrain or destroying insurgent forces to the objective being much more around the population and gaining the consent and support of the population.
And is this a policy that became known as courageous restraint, but that's not a phrase that he actually used?
That's right. He never used that phrase, but that was its colloquialism.
And just considering that very briefly with your help, was the purpose of the policy, where possible, to avoid civilian casualties?
So the purpose of the policy was to gain the consent and support of the population, but as part of gaining that consent and support, it emphasised the need to avoid civilian casualties.
Presumably because getting their consent and support is harder to achieve if at the time civilian lives are being lost.
Yes.
And presumably there's also a danger where civilian lives are lost, that not only do you lose the hearts and minds, but you give force to the insurgency against you.
Yes, it works both ways. So the risk is that you lose hearts and minds of the people you're trying to persuade, and you actually generate more insurgents and you increase the weight of the enemy.
Because the danger with a civilian casualty is that not only do those who are immediately affected by it lose any support for the NATO presence, but it can be used to generate greater support for the insurgency, because those who want to are able to say civilians are being killed, they're being killed by Western forces, therefore Western forces aren't welcome here.
That's correct.
Now, that's a very crude way of describing it, and I'm not seeking to quote anybody, but I'm simply seeking to try to explain the danger that's presented by a civilian casualty is not only do you lose the hearts and minds, but you risk generating further support for the insurgency.
Yes, and it's why, we might get to it later, in some of the army publications, that particular point that you're describing is emphasised as one that is a crucial aspect to counterinsurgency operations.
And Admiral, does this translate into more recruits potentially?
Yes, more recruits for the insurgents.
Indeed.
Because you're losing the consent and support of the population. And if you are then have a population that is clearly against you, the risk is that the insurgency increases, and it's about a struggle almost then to stay in the area because you've got an insurgency that's trying to eject you. And you're then in a very difficult position because you're constantly battling to just maintain your ability to stay in the area, never mind persuading the population to gain their consent and support.
And just as a last point, perhaps before we break, just to pick up where we were a moment ago when you were talking about the directives that are in place, simply so that everyone has a chance to know what you've referred to. There was, of course, a CDS-issued directive in 2011 that made it clear that any civilian casualty, or at least any incident that may have resulted in a civilian casualty, had to be reported to the ISAF chain of command as soon as possible.
Yes.
So that there's a recognition that where civilian casualties may have occurred, those have to be reported so that appropriate action, if necessary, can be taken.
Yes, I'm not sure if it was the CDS directive. I think it was the ISAF directive. It may have been reflected as well in the CDS directive, but it was definitely in the ISAF directive.
Well, I'll make sure I've got the right document in due course, but would that be a convenient moment for a short break? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. We will break now until 3:15, please. Thank you. Mr. Glasgow.
Please, you, sir. Admiral, could we just very quickly have a look at one of your exhibits in particular, and could I ask, please, that AR18 is brought up? You should find it in the black file you've just picked up for yourself. We've got here a Chief of Defence Staff directive for Operation Herrick. We look to the bottom left, a date of the 31st of August of 2011. So we're dealing within the relevant period for the purposes of the inquiry. If we just look to the second page of the slides, we'll see a section here that's headed Legal ROE Rules of Engagement. And it deals with the legal basis for UK operations under NATO, UK activities in support of the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, or ISAF, are conducted by the consent of the government of Afghanistan. Just the last sentence, which I've highlighted here: any incident that may have resulted in civilian casualty must be reported to the ISAF chain of command as soon as practicable. So the onus on UK forces to report to the ISAF chain of command any civilian casualty that may have happened. So any incident that may have led to civilian casualties. Okay?
Yes, my apologies. I checked myself during the break that I knew it was in ISAF's directive, but you're right, it was also reflected in the CDS directive for that period.
And in particular, this paragraph does draw attention to the ISAF tactical directive.
Yes.
And clearly the significance that we have identified here of reporting is because, as you've told us, the danger posed by civilian casualties is you lose the hearts and minds on one hand and strengthen the insurgency on the other. So there's a need to grapple with civilian casualties if they may have occurred.
Yes, yes.
Now, just insofar as the strategy that was in place, and before we deal with any of the other commanders for ISAF, so we understand with your help the significance of ISAF strategy. Did it expand across the whole of Afghanistan?
Yes, it did.
So whilst UK forces are concerned with Regional Command Southwest, insofar as there are other regional commands, the same strategy was in place for each of them.
Yes.
Can we just, again, look to one of your exhibits, if you wouldn't mind? Could we look to AR19, which is, again, a Chief of Joint Operations Directive, this time dated October 2010, so just into the relevant period with which the inquiry is concerned. And if we look to the second slide, please, with your help, so that we can understand the objectives that had been put in place for Regional Command SW, that's Southwest. So this is the UK Regional Command area. And the operational design is described here as 4 prioritised security objectives. The overriding focus is to secure the central Helmand River Valley, followed by establishing a security lozenge along Highway 1 to the Durai Junction and linking up in the east with Regional Command South, when appropriate securing Route 611 north to the dam and clearing the upper Helmand River Valley, finally securing Highway 1 west to Delaram and interdicting the Highway 9 from Delaram to Saranj. Now, in terms of meeting the objectives, what I've done is taken the liberty of highlighting 4 key points that are made as part of the operational design. First, conduct comprehensive COIN, that's counterinsurgency operations, in the key population centres. Second, continue to strengthen and prepare the ANSF to be capable of shouldering additional security tasks with less assistance. Third, continue to support the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan in protecting the population. And finally, establish freedom of movement to a degree such that the population and the government can pursue routine daily activities, support the rule of law, and provide essential services. And those are all features of the evidence you've already given to us, but we see it here set out in a relatively comprehensive manner as the operational design for the regional command given to the UK forces. Now, insofar as those objectives that are set out and how they are to be met, first, conducting comprehensive coin operations. Very simply, can you just explain to us what counterinsurgency is? Because it's likely to be something that will feature during the inquiry, and it would help to have your explanation if we could.
So this is about countering an insurgency, where an insurgency is described as a political fight with military aspects, where you're fighting for, in our language, you're fighting for the support of the population. I can go to a more precise definition in some of the exhibits if necessary.
For the moment, I don't need you to turn to it, but if we need to in due course, of course we will. But just dealing with it at a slightly broad level, if we can, just at the moment. You've already told us, of course, that the strategy for General McChrystal when he took command in June 2009, so before this directive was issued, was in effect a population-centric strategy, but one that was focused on seizing terrain or destroying insurgent forces. So do we understand here that the comprehensive coin operations see almost two sides to them? On the one side, there is the need to seize terrain and destroy the insurgency. But on the other side, there's got to be a focus on the population to win the hearts and minds at the same time.
So that's correct. What I think these four are describing is that the need to try and create a safe and secure environment. So you're countering the insurgency, and that might involve deliberate use of force where necessary, but you're trying to do it in a way that supports your ambition to win over the population. And you're also trying to support the Afghanistan authorities, so whether that's the district governor and the civilian side, or the police, or on the military side, the Afghan National Army, so to grow their capability to be able to look after their own country. And then you're trying to do that to such an extent that you might be able to hand over to the Afghan authorities, and you've created between you the support of the population at the same time as removing the support of the population from the insurgents, and where necessary, removing the insurgents themselves. And it's that blend and that combination that I think is being described in those four sub-paras.
Presumably, when considering the insurgency and whether or not it can or could be removed at all, it is the importance that you don't want to leave in 2014 and to leave behind a problem with the insurgency that the government and the ANSDF can't cope with.
Absolutely.
Can we just go back to the shaping of ISAF strategy and just leave that document for a moment, please, if you wouldn't mind? You'd explained that General McChrystal had secured an increase in troop numbers, and I think in terms of the numbers, were US personnel increased by some 30,000 at the end of 2009?
Yeah, 30,000 American personnel, and a further 10,000 from the other members of the coalition, which included 500 from the UK.
And did that take the total ISAF force to about 150,000 people?
Yes, 150,000 by the end of 2010.
And then in June of 2010, before we hit that 150,000 figure, of course, General Petraeus replaced General McChrystal, and it was General Petraeus who became ISAF commander.
Yes.
And at that stage, is that when the timetable was set for the ISAF handover to Afghanistan's and its security forces and government?
Yes, so that was the more dominant change. So some things remain the same. So the approach that General McChrystal had outlined, that population-centric approach, was endorsed and continued by General Petraeus. But the piece that I think is relevant here, and the adjustment under General Petraeus, is there is a much clearer timetable for that handover from ISAF to the Afghan security forces.
So everyone has a date that they are now working towards. And does that timetable, in a sense, shape the operational activity in this period?
Yes, it does. And it's aimed with an ambition for the Afghan security forces to be in the lead for all security operations across Afghanistan by December 2014.
And to leave the government in a position where it can function as a democratic government, where rule of law can be maintained, and where the people are safe.
Yes.
And hopefully where there is, if there is still an insurgency problem, one that the ANSDF is able to cope with.
Yes, so that you have achieved the handover to much more of a normal arrangement where the country's security forces are in the lead, and you might still be in a supporting role, but it's very clear that the country's own security forces are the dominant players in providing the security, as opposed to where we've been beforehand, with the international coalition being the dominant ones providing security for the nation.
And in terms of the interaction between sovereign or ISAF forces and the Afghan forces, does the role slip from mentoring to advisory, if we slide along that scale?
Yes, so you see a transition, so from supporting the ANDSF, and then mentoring, and then enabling, and then sustaining them. And it's that adjustment that we start to see.
And we'll come to consider that in a little more detail in a moment. But just whilst we're dealing with the handover, so we can fix some dates if we can, please. The three districts within the Task Force Helmand area of operations, what was the transition from UK sovereign forces to Afghan forces, and what was the timetable for that, please? If it helps,
yes.
I think you'll find it in your paragraph 154.
I've got it. So this is the mechanism by which President Karzai's declaration that the ANDSF must be in the lead by December 2014 then gets broken down to individual areas, so that for those that are the areas within Task Force Helmand, Lashkar to be transitioned within Tranche 1, which was announced by President Karzai in March 2011. Nadal Ali district in Tranche 2, which was announced in November 2011. And then the Garesh district in Tranche 3, announced in May 2012. And so by November 2012, the transition of those three districts had been completed, with the ANDSF now in the security lead, and UK forces assuming an advisory role rather than a partnering relationship, and that then allowed UK forces to start to draw down from their forward operating bases.
And in terms of the approach to the transition, you touched upon the different stages a moment ago. Can we just look at those in a little more detail, please? So that's your paragraph 155.
Yes, so 4 stages are described. So in stage 1, known as support, and that's where the ANDSF would assume the lead security authority, but be partnered by those UK ground manoeuvre force elements. Then you go to a mentoring role as stage 2. So the ANDSF in the lead for all framework operations, ISAF continuing to partner, but the ANDSF capabilities are growing, and it's much more of a mentoring relationship across most of the force. And with a backstop of UK forces being able to respond, what we call quick reaction forces, if that was needed, where the ANDSF needed additional help. Then you move to stage 3, which is called enable, and that's defined by the point at which ISAF battle groups were now in an advisory relationship with their ANDSF partners, much smaller teams of ISAF in that role, and much less of a combat capability further forward and visible. And then you go to a final stage, stage 4, sustain, where then you're seeing ISAF retain an advisory role, but really an advisory role at the battle group headquarters level, rather than being alongside the ANDSF. It's more of a shaping, organising, planning role, and it's the ANDSF who are providing the force on the ground, and they're doing the operations on the ground.
So the 4 stages you've just described effectively give less direct support with each stage. And over what period of time were those stages implemented, please?
So this is over, I'm just looking now, for several years.
I mean, you've been able to assist us that the transition of the 3 districts in Helmand was by November 2012.
Yes, and then this then further completes by, my understanding is that's then completed in a further 2 cycles of Operation Herrick that takes us into 2014.
So in effect, the Provincial reconstruction team that TFH have been working towards, that is almost signed off, as it were, in March of 2014.
Yes.
So we need to imagine that over the previous months and years, we've gone through the separate stages, and at that point, is there confidence that the ANDSF are in a position to do what is necessary and the government will survive?
Yes.
Obviously, that ultimately takes us to outside the relevant period with which the inquiry is concerned. But up until the closure of the Helmand Provincial reconstruction team, do we still have to consider, therefore, that UK forces are at least sustaining ISAF, or at least, sustaining the Afghan forces, if not possibly even enabling them in that cycle of support that you've told us about?
So enabling and sustaining, but far less prominent in terms of UK forces being on the ground and operating at a slightly higher level in terms of their relationship with the ANDSF.
Insofar as the operational approach that the UK sovereign forces had and how that fits in with the ISAF strategy, can we please, just with your help, turn to look at one of your exhibits, which is AR26. AR26 is the British Army Field Manual and the section that deals with counterinsurgency. And if we just turn over to the next slide, please, we have 10 principles for counterinsurgency: primacy of political purpose, unity of effort, understand the human terrain, secure the population, neutralise the insurgent, gain and maintain popular support, operate in accordance with the law, integrate intelligence, prepare for the long term, learn and adapt. insofar as those 10 principles are concerned, we can clearly see secure the population and neutralise the insurgent, and then gain and maintain popular support and operating in accordance with the law. And when I've just asked you questions about civilian casualties, we can see how, where civilian casualties may have occurred, how that may play into 4 of those 10 principles, certainly relevant to the 4 that I've just asked you about. Can we just, in the same document, turn on to the next slide and to look at the section which deals with operating in accordance with the law? And I've highlighted 2 sections that I'd just like to draw to your attention, if I may, please, Admiral. Section 332, which identifies there have been instances in the recent past where it was alleged and occasionally subsequently proven that British forces broke the law. Irrespective of whether the allegations are proven or not, the consequences of the allegations or crimes have major implications for the conduct of the campaign and the overall reputation and standing of the United Kingdom. And then if we look towards the bottom of that same paragraph, areas that require careful consideration and explicit policy and training include the use of force, the conduct of search operations, detention, and questioning. No matter what the circumstances, expediency is not an excuse to operate outside the law.
Yes.
To expand on those principles, Admiral.
So I think there are two issues here which we should sort of reflect on, and they join, but they're also separate. So the 10 principles that you outlined, I think, is a UK version, and it mirrors much of the thinking that we've discussed before about General McChrystal and what he was looking to impose. And that is this idea that in counterinsurgencies you need to win over the population, and that drains the insurgency of support as well as people, and it marginalises those irreconcilable insurgents. So that's what you're trying to do, and you're trying to build security for the nation, and you're trying to normalise the arrangements so that the nation's government is in control and its security apparatus is the one that has the authority. A fundamental part of that, in terms of your confidence and the receptiveness of that process with the host population, is that you're doing it in a manner which is going to be acceptable to that host population, so that you can gain their support. So I think those are general tenets. But then, in addition to that, is the legal requirement that you act within the law, and that is always the case. But being safely within the law and in the vein of this strategy whereby you're trying to win over the population becomes very important. And the counterinsurgency manual, it just is emphasising those points.
Because ultimately, if your forces act outside the law, or there are allegations that they have acted outside the law, it undoes all the good work that might have been done hitherto.
Potentially, yes.
Leave aside whether there's actually been a crime committed, we're dealing here not just with crimes, but allegations of crimes that have major implications for conduct of the campaign and the overall reputation and standing of the country.
Yes.
Can we leave that document for a moment? We may come back to it to look at some other sections of it in due course. Insofar as the population-centric approach is concerned, so that is one that was started by General McChrystal continued, as you told us, by General Petraeus, and one that is trying to use a balance between active counterinsurgency and at the same time winning hearts and minds and not injuring the civilian population. Is there a tension when you're conducting operations that are aimed at insurgents and also protecting the civilian population at the same time?
I think there's both a tension and the complexity and difficulty of that, when by the nature of insurgencies, you're not opposing a state army. You're actually dealing with people who have the ability to meld into the population, and the complexity of that adds to some of that tension. And then you've got other tensions in terms of the way that you conduct operations so that you keep ensuring that you have the support of the population. And I'm sure later in the inquiry you'll go into much more detail to understand that texture and the difficulty with that, and then how it's managed. But it's more than the tension that you described. I think it's the complexity of the broader operational footprint and what you're trying to achieve, and how difficult that is when you're operating in and amongst the population, and the insurgents are operating in and amongst the population as well.
And you've identified that, where appropriate, the use of deliberate or offensive force could be authorised.
Yes.
And that's, of course, the use of force that's not in self-defence. And also, of course, self-defence, so defensive force can be used where appropriate, but throughout either offensive or defensive force, are the UK forces expected to behave at all times within the law?
Absolutely.
And where possible to avoid civilian casualties?
Yes.
Can we just very briefly look to another of your exhibits, which is your AR20, which is the Army Doctrine publication on operations. We see the front piece here, but if we turn to the next slide, please, dealing with the application and threat of force. And it's perhaps obvious, but the raison d'etre for armed forces is to fight. What I've identified here is as follows: lethal force should not be applied for its own sake, but to achieve the ends set. If these ends can be achieved by persuasion rather than coercion, or prevention rather than intervention, the course of implied rather than applied force should be taken.
Yes.
So a note of caution being given there, that whilst the raison d'etre of armed forces is to fight, there may be occasions where it's appropriate not to fight, but to persuade instead.
Yes, I think the point is the purpose is not to fight. The purpose is to achieve the end set. And if you can do that without having to fight, then that is going to be a better outcome.
Clearly, this is material that is provided in a number of publications and in a number of directives, but essentially it must be something that you expect of anyone who is a UK service personnel member.
Yes.
It doesn't really need to be taught, does it?
I think it does have to be taught, because it's such a fundamental of our creed and ethos. And then it's in terms of being cautious about the use of force, and also about being really clear on the legal responsibility where servicemen and women are given this extraordinary responsibility where, on behalf of the state, they are able to use force. And so I would disagree. It is something that needs to be taught. And it is taught from when people join and then consistently taught all the way through.
And was it part of the pre-deployment package that OPTAG delivered to UK servicemen and women before they are deployed on Op Herrick?
Yes, it would be.
Can I turn to deal with a different chapter, if I may, please? And can I ask you about the insurgency and the adversary threat? You've set this out in your statement at paragraphs 164 onwards, and it may be that this is a chapter we're able, I hope, to finish before we have to break for the day. And for your peace of mind, Admiral, although we didn't start clean today and we're going to go into tomorrow, I would anticipate concluding your evidence before lunch tomorrow if we start tomorrow morning in good time.
Right, thank you.
So can I take you, please, to paragraph 164? And is it fair to say that during the course of the relevant period with which we're concerned, that the insurgents were generally labelled as the Taliban?
Yes.
And within that group of the Taliban, do we need in a moment to break down the difference between the various memberships that there are so that we understand the difference between, say, full-time fighters and those who are less involved?
Yes, so full-time fighters we would describe as the minority but the ideological core. Part-time fighters were from those groups whose motivations varied, but they form part of the wider Taliban. And then we describe a third tier known as enablers, which are people that may have enabled Taliban activity, whether that's planting IEDs or acting as scouts or being informants, but they weren't necessarily strong followers, and in some ways they may have been brought in almost as mini mercenaries in order to support, but they were able to fulfill that enabling function.
Notwithstanding the particular tier that any individual might have occupied, nonetheless were they generally labelled as the Taliban or Taliban fighters?
That's right.
Just focusing on the insurgency in Helmand, did the insurgency operate a system of shadow government in Helmand?
Yes, both at province and district level. And in many ways, the way that we saw that was matching the structure of the Afghan government, but in a shadow Taliban structure that they had in place.
We've touched upon the ISAF and the sovereign strategy. Are you able to help us with what, if anything, was the insurgent strategy?
Yes, we saw that as being firstly to impose casualties on ISAF as part of that encouragement for ISAF to leave Afghanistan and be ejected. Secondly, to undermine the rule of the Afghan government, and that was through direct attacks on the DSF, as well as civilians working for the Afghan government. And thirdly, the insurgency was trying to control the local population, sometimes by intimidation, but also through its shadow governance system.
Insofar as there being a core minority of the ideological members, we'll see in some of the documentation in due course that the Taliban sometimes is described as a franchise movement. Are you able to help us with what that means? Because it may be that people hear the phrase the Taliban and they think to themselves of an ideological group who are wedded to a particular cause. But in terms of what the Taliban means as a franchise movement, what is that, please, Admiral Radakin?
So this is a description that we gave to try and reflect those groups who might not be ideologically committed to the Taliban, but they had their own reasons to join and franchise with the Taliban to further their own aims. So that might be the aims of a group because they were a particular tribe and they wanted to gain a local political benefit and they were opposed to a national Afghan government. And then there might be other groups, such as some of the narco gangs, who had no ideological affinity with the Taliban, but they had criminal reasons why it might suit them, either for a period of time or for a period of geography, to be alongside the Taliban and involved in Taliban operations.
Insofar as guidance was available, could we just look, please, together for a moment at another of your exhibits, which is AR37, which is the operational guide for Op Herrick 18. And I hope you've got it there in the file available to you. Could we just look together at the, if we turn to the front piece slide, we can see here Op Herrick operational guide for Op Herrick 18. And if we just turn to the next page, please, together, we can see that in the bottom right, the insurgent campaign has been divided, just as you've told us, into full-time, part-time, and enablers. If we look to the paragraph above it, the Helmand Insurgency, it begins. I'll just wait for you to find... Is it not in the file I've given you? Can I give you my copy?
Wait. Just looking for... What number did you say it was?
Let me pass it to you.
Thank you.
37, I think.
Thank you. Oh, 37. I'm sure it's here. Yeah. I've got it. Thank you.
The Helmand Insurgency has therefore been described as having three pillars. The ideological core of the insurgent we fight is categorised into the full-time, but they're reliant on part-time reinforcement in the form of both fighters and enablers to support and sustain them. Because of the nature of the part-time element, it makes it extremely difficult to quantify exact insurgent numbers in a particular location or establish battle damage assessment in the aftermath of an engagement. In terms of making it difficult to quantify exact insurgent numbers or establish battle damage assessment in the aftermath of an engagement, is that because in the division of the three tiers of full, part and enablers, that if one's dealing with enablers, it might be hard to tell an enabler from someone else?
Yes. So I think you can understand that for all three groups, as I said before, their ability to merge into the population makes it difficult, but there are some that it's even easier for them to merge into the population, and that is a difficulty. But there are others who are much better qualified than me and had the experience of campaigns in Afghanistan to expand on that further.
And we will, I hope, hear from them in due course. Can we turn to consider the techniques, tactics and procedures of the insurgents? And it may just be a topic that we can conclude this afternoon. I'm going to invite you, please, to look in your statement at paragraph 171 onwards. And we'd already touched upon the NATO, ISAF and UK sovereign force development, so that the learning that had taken place during the course of the campaign and the way that that had been fed through various chains and meetings so that mistakes might not be repeated where possible, of course. Did you see the same sort of development within the insurgent campaign so that they were learning and how to change their approach?
Yes. and I don't think it's too surprising that those adjustments, unsurprisingly, over a long period of time, the way that the insurgency operates and what they learn from the way that the coalition was operating, that they refine their approach as well. But again, there are others who are much better qualified than me to give you the detail of that.
And I don't propose to descend into the detail this afternoon, but can we just touch upon some of what you've set out in your statement? You'd identified that the common targets for the insurgency included coalition operating bases, training establishments, temporary patrol bases, and lines of communication, particularly roads that might link the coalition bases.
Yes, and that was part of their adjusting their techniques, tactics and procedures as a response to the way that ISAF and the ANDSF were operating.
Insofar as they had particular tactics which were deployed, can you take us through the eight particular tactics that you've set out in your statement, please, Admiral?
Yes, so at the tactical level, we describe a reconnaissance screen so that the insurgents would operate a reconnaissance screen around coalition patrol bases so that they were aware of the movements of either the ISAF or ANDSF forces. So that was simple. It was a screen that comprised of individuals, sometimes children, with radios and reporting what was going on and what could be seen. The second element concerned IED belts and mobile defence. So behind the reconnaissance screen, you then had IED belts that were utilised to defend insurgent areas. So by this we mean IEDs that have been planted in a deliberate way, but then covered by small arms and rocket-propelled grenade launchers from various firing points on that area. That meant that when coalition force operations were anticipated, you had this complexity of areas that were effectively booby-trapped, and then they were, when the explosion happened, you would then have engagements from the Taliban. The third element is around counter-surveillance. So the insurgents developed an understanding of what the ISAF tactics and procedures were, and they looked to exploit those. And that involved things such as using children as human shields, particularly when they were trying to lay IEDs, or when they were trying to move weapons, because they were always conscious that there was a risk of being seen from the overhead, so whether it's our aircraft that were in the sky or drones, and this was about trying to have as limited a time as possible where they were on the ground, where they might be attacked. And they knew about our emphasis on not wanting to take civilian casualties. The fourth element in terms of their procedures is a conventional attack. So this is that the insurgents would typically see a high rate of fire for 2 to 3 minutes, followed by attempts to flank coalition forces. So we call these attacks contacts. They were relatively brief and would last about 15 to 20 minutes, because the insurgents, having conducted that attack, would then want to break away, because part of our procedures were to bring in much greater levels of force, and that would be a disadvantage for the insurgents. So an intensity for 2 to 3 minutes, the attack carrying on for a further 15 minutes or so, and then they're looking to melt away. The fifth element is what we call a counter-air assault. So insurgents understood the threat from air assault and would attempt to analyse likely landing zones and consider how best to counter any such operation. So they understood our helicopters, they understood our medical evacuation procedures, and they used those as an opportunity to be able to attack coalition forces. The sixth element was suicide attacks. And while suicide bombers were relatively rare, the suicide bomber attacks happened occasionally, whether by individuals on foot or in a vehicle. And then the seventh element is what we called green on blue attacks. And this was a particular technique used by the insurgency from 2009 onwards. And that was to encourage soldiers who were part of the Afghan National Army or policemen as part of the Afghan National Police to attack their ISAF partners. And that was coined as green on blue. And then the final tactical element that we've seen was the use of human shields. So the use of women and children to hide behind, and particularly to hide behind them when the insurgents were in a firing position, because they were very aware, as I said, of the ISAF constraint about avoiding civilian casualties. So those are 8 tactical descriptions of where we saw the Taliban operating and the Taliban adjusting their techniques and procedures and tactics in response to their observation of coalition tactics, techniques and procedures.
And as you've touched upon a number of times, they having recognised what came to be termed courageous restraint, so the desire to avoid civilian casualties, saw them exploit the civilian population either by using women or children to provide cover or to provide information or to exploit them as best as they could.
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned among those 8 tactics the use of IED belts and mobile defence, but can I just ask you in particular about IEDs, so improvised explosive devices? It's something that the public will have heard a lot about, particularly in terms of the time that the UK forces and NATO forces and US forces were deployed in Afghanistan. Was there a period when UK forces began to recognise and appreciate that there was an increase in the use of IEDs to target ISAF or UK forces?
Yes, so the adjustment was in 2009. So prior to that, in the period 2006 to 2008, most of the attacks involved small arms, whether that's AK-47s or RPGs, rocket-propelled guns. But also, it went to a shift from 2009 onwards, where those were still being used, but IEDs were now much more coming to the fore, not to just harm ISAF and Afghan security forces, but also to constrain the way that ISAF and Afghan security forces were able to maneuver in their areas of operation.
Is there any particular reason that might lie behind the change of approach that left behind small arms and led to a focus on IEDs?
Well, I think there are several things that they were then able to impose on coalition and Afghan forces. So it meant that the movement of coalition forces was much slower because of the IED risk. It meant that soldiers who were going out were also having to have more personal protection in order to try and mitigate against the risk. And it meant that they were able to impose that penalty on the coalition forces and just make it much more difficult for coalition forces to be operating in their areas of operation, as well as operating alongside their Afghan security forces. But it impacts on the psychology. When they were successful in those IED attacks, back to their earlier procedures, and knowing our tactics for bringing the medivacs in, so bringing the helicopter in to take wounded personnel out, then created another opportunity for them to be able to attack. So it was this multiple impacts of the IED approach.
And presumably, given the nature of an IED and how it's planted, these are explosive devices that are targeted at coalition forces who are mobile on foot or mobile in a vehicle.
Yes.
Because in the main, they're planted in an area where it's anticipated coalition forces will be walking or driving through to have maximum effect.
Yes.
And does that mean that often they were planted close to coalition bases on natural egress and ingress routes so that it could catch or had a greater chance of catching a patrol?
Yes. And it's the psychological impact on the young men and women that are serving in Afghanistan, and with this sense of an increased threat and their need to take additional protection. So it's more than just the impact on being able to maneuver on the ground. It's more than the risk of being killed or wounded. It's the psychological impact as well. And when you come back to that role of trying to reassure a population as to who is in control and who is providing security, then this is a way of undermining the coalition forces and asserting the insurgency. So I think it's all of those factors.
In terms of the IEDs themselves, did the insurgency develop means to try to avoid IEDs being found?
Yes, so they adjusted over time. So some were custom built, which we thought came from outside Afghanistan. Then there were IEDs that were very simple but built within Afghanistan. And then there were ways that they were operated that tried to hide which type of IED they were, and to make it more difficult for the coalition forces or the Afghan forces that were operating there, because there are different types of initiation for how an IED works.
Can we just deal with those briefly if there's still time, please, Admiral? I think within your statement you'd identified the command wire or command pull, the radio controlled and the victim operated as being three ways in which IEDs could be exploded, and then there's a secondary IED that can also be deployed. So could we just have your help with that, please?
Yes, so the command wire or command pull is the simplest switch for an IED. So the device initiates when an electrical circuit is completed. The command wire will be concealed using natural features, and then it's detonated by a command pull, but it may be detonated by a trigger event when the wire is pulled to make the circuit, or a command pull is similar, except the device is triggered by pulling a string to complete the circuit at the right moment. The radio controlled is one where there's no physical link between the firing point and the device, and a radio device was usually used to initiate an explosion, but sometimes mobile phones were used, or keyless entry systems were used instead. The third type you mentioned was victim operated. So that's initiated when a person steps on a pressure plate, or it could be operated by a vehicle there, whereby the pressure acts as the way that the device is detonated. And secondary IEDs is the description when secondary IEDs were put in places that were anticipated to be the areas where soldiers would take cover after an event, after the initial event. And therefore there was then, in a way, a secondary attack that follows from the first IED detonation.
And as you said, what was noted by coalition forces was an increase in the use of IEDs from 2009 onwards. And did that lead to an increase in fatalities and casualties among the coalition forces?
Sadly, it did. And if you want to know the total number of UK personnel that were killed or wounded, I can go into those details.
If you could, please, and that may be an appropriate moment for today. So if we just turn to consider that set out in your paragraph 200, which deals with the total number of fatalities and casualties in the period the 1st of April 2006 to the 30th of November 2014. Can you help us with that, please?
So sadly, during this period, the total number of personnel who were killed in action or died of wounds was 402 individuals, and the total number of people who sustained battle injuries was 2,319 individuals.
So roughly an 8-year period in which 402 UK service personnel lost their lives and 2,319 sustained battle injuries.
Yes.
I'm going to turn to deal with a different chapter. I don't know whether now might be an appropriate moment for the day, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. Admiral, if we can reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think Mr. Glasgow's plan is to try and ensure we finish by lunchtime tomorrow.
Yes, sir, it is.
Good. And could I remind you, please, not to discuss your evidence with anybody during this break. Thank you, everybody, for today. We will reconvene, please, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you.